Hello, hello. Imaginary villain here, and it is yet once again time to return back to Unreal Engine and whatever shenanigan things I can get up to tonight. I did do one thing off stream. I usually don't do things off stream, but in this instance, I was like, well, it wasn't that much effort. It really wasn't. Someone showed me how to do a really quick moving platform where I could actually just have component move tos and then just loop it, which works great. And then I did they used like the freaking cube or something. They used static mesh and just promoted these to variables here and set them up to instance editable and show the 3D widget. And now I can drag where I want them to go. And I also promoted the time to a variable so I could actually have it over time. Whereas, you know, the other, when we use like a lerp and all that, requires you to have a timeline, and the timeline you can't adjust the time. Like they say you should use this. I'm like, well, if you want to make your things actually be slower or faster, you really can't unless you have a bunch of different tracks on your timeline, which is real tedious. With this method, I don't got to do that. If I want it to be multiple locations, I can. I could actually just maybe I have like 3 locations on it. I mean, I do have the other one I have that's is more complicated and works off of, I'm gonna turn the lights back on. It's hard to see anything. The more complicated one that works off of these. But like say, at that point I set that one up to have different timelines too. However, oh, nope, that was not what was selected. Maybe it was. It's selected. Oh, it's because it's on construction. This one I set it up so it's could work off of closed loops and not. And then on its event graph, it gave it 2 different options to work off of a timeline, and then gave the timeline a bunch of different things. And sure, this gets the job done, as long as you want the time between each location to be approximately the same, and you know in advance what you want the entire circuit to be, which kind of sucks. Because, you know, I mean, you keep making the stupid splines larger, and it just won't, it's not very as cool. Oh, hey, Blinded, how's it going? I just say I made a new platform, and it's much easier than the other platform to make. Much easier. It's literally just this. This is the whole platform thing. And it's like do 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 do. I have it set to be real slow. Holocure, huh? I can't say I've heard of that one. To be honest, though, it's not like I get out much, so, you know. I'm gonna have 3 points for this thing here. Relative location 3. Remote to variable overtime, and we'll make overtime 3 as well. I guess I could have them rotate too, potentially, if I want. Am I going to want anything else on this particular thing? I don't think so. Sure. That gives me 3 locations to play with. That's fair. Oh, I forgot to do one more thing. Oops. Take this, instance editable, show 3D widget, instance editable, files, save all that. Okay, well, that's one actual save, not that. But yeah, if you do the show the 3D widget, it like puts them out here so you can actually move them around. You know exactly where it's going to go, and you can make these things go wherever you like. It's so sweet. Oh, I want these in a different order. Ugh. Can do 5 between each. Yeah. Like do 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 do. I mean, I guess technically you could get a spline too. I don't know. I could probably set up a loop that does that. I guess the recommended thing is to use the timeline though, but the timeline just seems so crappy by comparison. Once again, the supposed better version of things is just doesn't seem better. There's a lot of things in UE that don't seem better. I think it's the best way to put it. So, how did your HoloCure game go? Was it exciting? Was it everything you were told? Was it everything you dreamed of? What do I want him to collect here? I was going to make a puzzle thing here. Maybe like a wall or something like that. Let's open by getting the things or something. Or just, I'll represent it as a wall and then have 3 different, or any number of collectibles. I'll think about it. Oh. Well, sneaky's fun. That's exciting, right? Who doesn't like sneaky? Actually, I'll probably sculpt it up a tiny fraction here. Smaller brush, of course. Actually, why am I not spacing him out? I mean, I gotta remember, Poppet can jump, you know? Also need to figure out where I want the various things to go. The, the respawn points. How tall is this? I can't decide if I want to have 2 jumps or just 1 really large jump. But the second jump kind of lets you position yourself better and kind of makes up for the crappy issue that sprites have. So, like, it's a lot easier to land a jump versus this, where it's not that hard to land a jump, I guess, this way. It's hard to like that jump, obviously, because you can't, but I'm debating on how many jumps I want. Or if I want it unlockable. Because unlockable abilities could be fun too. But this is the main path, so for the main path, I might put secrets where you have to have an ability to come back for it, maybe. But I'll edit those in later. For the main path, I guess you could just walk up this. You just need to jump down it, to be honest. That's no fun. It's too tiny. No letting the player sneak up. That's no fun. I could actually just have a platform that goes up and down instead of having ground there. I did just make a platform. Could also make her have to jump over here. If she only had one jump and couldn't jump as high, I could make her jump to this point here and then jump up. Technically, I just did that anyway with one jump. Yeah, putting light platforming in these various areas, I think, really breaks it up a lot more. And I'll have, like, probably... I don't know, I can't decide if the first combat of the game will happen in this spot or not. It might. It might indeed. This also, this story area seems way too big. Like, it doesn't need to be this big. But I don't know, I've never really played much of the story area thing, so it might actually prove that it does need to be that big. I don't know. That reminds me, while I'm at it. It was like a sound effect I was going to use for this thing. And I had it previously selected. Since the original project was built off a 2D side-scroller from UE4, and I just adapted some things because I didn't want to figure things out. Now I know what to do, and it would have been easy to figure things out, but because of that, it's kept the name. The ironic name. I believe this was the sound. Question? Create a sound cue. It doesn't really need to loop. I think it's just gonna play once. I don't think I need to do anything special about it. There's all these nodes, and I don't quite understand how all of them work. And I said I was playing with some of them earlier, and they're interesting, but you can also have dialogue player things, plays dialogues at the time, or nodes. I have no idea. It'll all make sense. I figure every day I'll learn one more new thing about the engine, and then I'll just kind of add it in and just keep doing that until eventually it'll be really cool. This just needs so much work, but that's okay. I'm just going to have the player hit a thing for it. One of the things I thought about doing is I could potentially have just make it so big and then it just gets stuck in the walls anyway, so you can't see that the particle is so big. I kind of like to find a square particle or rectangle one, or make one myself, but I don't understand how to make them yet. So until then, let's make a collision. Just a box collision. Not that wide. Honestly, it doesn't need to be wide at all. How close am I to the center here? To the event horizon. I would laugh if I had like a Stargate animation for getting there. That would be amazing. Portal sound effect. Sure. Have I not promoted other actor to a variable at any point? I should probably just do that. Because like, I might want to do something later with it, so... It seems like other actors should always be a thing. And then... So I get capsule. Hmm. What was the code for this one? Actually, these like overlap. This goes really far to avoid directly casting to the Poppet thing, I know. The reasoning for doing it this way is because you should never cast directly to your character. There you go, that's the explanation. You just don't do it. Like, you can do it. It just leads to bad things. You should do it. Because really, you shouldn't do it. I'll just play it at the other actor location. That's fine. And I want a sound effect. The other option, you know, I could also just use a collider thing that goes directly, an interface that just checks to see if it's hitting the player's capsule. Because if you just have actor has tag, which I have said there, and you don't have something like that, what will happen is it'll hit the farthest out collider that that character has. And in this case, because Poppet has a collider all the way out here for showing enemy hit points, that is the one it will hit. So I do actually have a thing on her that someone could call to check and see if it hits her thing, if memory serves. If it's her, I need to sort this thing. Yes. That's the respawn setup that we can play. Blah 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 blah. Ghost form not necessary. Camera zoom thing, which I ended up changing a whole bunch to not need a bunch of crap. I just went ahead and interface thing here. Oh, I know. It's not actually on there. I'm just shrinking this down because it's huge. I don't need it anymore. None of the interfaces. Yeah, it's called spawn point overlapping capsule. I could technically do this and then it just returns true or not on that. Instead of doing all this shenanigan stuff here. I could just give it that interface. So the other option is like interfaces, and then I think it's like spawn point is the one they had for it. No. I think a respawn was the one, right? Yeah, respawn. So now this one has it. I could go, okay, well, send a message to that. And overlapping actor is self. I'm sure this way is even particularly better, but it is an option. Do this. Other actor, the target is, of course, Poppet. I'll do it in this order. A little less messy. And then you just drag this over to the branch and do this. And I get to get rid of all this crap. Also an option. And then other actor location I still need, though. I could play it at actually this thing too. Actually, it might sound better if it actually plays at this location, right? Because then if the player moves away from it, well, I guess it'll play at her location when it triggers anyway. No, it makes more sense for other actor. I really don't ever want to use the cast option if I can avoid it. Just gonna go ahead and say it. It's never a good idea. If you've ever looked at the reference viewer, you'll understand why. Oh my god. It's bad. It's just bad. Like, I'll bring it up. I'll show why it's bad. It's ugly. It's so ugly. So you go to this little thing here, and like this thing here, you can reference viewer it, and it'll show you everything that now this links to. Everything involved, because it links to Tinka's painting the blueprint, and it now links to all these things too. And it has to load all this crap in order to be useful, so that sucks. Whenever you call upon it, it loads all these things. And then this isn't that bad, okay? But then you go to something like the infamous player character, and this is where it gets disgusting, because everyone and their grandmother tells you to, it's like, just link to your player character, just cash to him, it'll be fine. Will it? Will it be fine? How fine do you think it's going to be? Let's go 10 deep. Let's show you how fine it is to link to your player character. And I try not to, but I mean, just start looking at all the crap that links now to the player character. And suddenly, you start to realize, hey, wait a minute. This is why your character loads. So, oh, here's 11 collapsed nodes too. So just in case you want more. So, as you can see, there's a lot. You link to a level that you're not even using anymore. Doesn't matter. When you load that player character, references to that level are loaded too. So, I might need to change how I do the music box thingy because it's loading up this level thing. I don't want that. I mean, it's the only level she plays on, so it's not a big deal now. And because she has the mannequin behind her that's running with her in order to make it so that it affects the ground with like the weather and everything, it now has all these too. So, I should probably shrink that down so it fits on the screen, but this is why you should never cast to the character, because if you ever cast to it, suddenly that now shows up as a reference to that character. And they become intrinsically, you know, tied together. One loads the other. It's awful. Don't do that. Interfaces. Interfaces are your friend. Does it twice though. Do 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 do. Here you are. I could actually have does act or implement interface instead of having the tag. That's true. I could be like, what is it like? Does implement interface, and then I mean, it was like spawn, respawn there. If so, do this and eliminates the tag thing. I guess to be fair, since I have changed it now that I'm usually using the interface, the tag is not that necessary. I'll stick with a tag for the moment. It's like stop sound, I believe. No. Actually, wait, I have a reference to the sound right here. How do we stop a sound? You play a sound at a location. Actually, I think I can just do this, right? Do I even need extra stuff? Yeah, I'm getting crazy here. I don't have an attenuation set up. I need to learn how to do those too. That's all I do once, or I can just have it play a certain amount of time. The stop sound would be a lot better if there was an option for it, but I'm not seeing an option to stop a sound cue. You can play a sound. I can also spawn a sound, apparently. That's an option. Wait a second. So it's like spawn sound? That's probably better, to be honest, right? I don't need this sound anymore. And used by what? Oh, sorry, used by that? Okay. That's fair. Just in case this sound counts as something different, because sometimes they do. We'll treat it like a particle, right? When in doubt, treat it like a particle. really should try streaming once during like midday and see how that goes. It only does it the one time and then never does it again. Well, that's good. This doesn't look like it does a sound cue at all. No. There's only one sound option, huh? Just media sound. Alright, well, let's find a better way of doing this thing, because that's not going to get the job done. And this is why I'm learning the engine, and... Oh. Derp. It's because it never reset on the do once. I don't need to do once, because I did it this way. I didn't technically need this here. For those people keeping track, it was unnecessary. I was originally going to make a reference to it to destroy it, but... I need it. So, yeah. It still plays it twice. Alright. Maybe I can put a delay in as well. I don't know how long the length of the sound is. Is there a way to get that? Get length? No. Is there a get option for it? I mean, is that really better than just to do once? I think do once is fine, right? Maybe let's do once. I'll keep the duration there in a second because I might want to get rid of. I might want to change it up to a better method, but I'm testing out lots of methods. You never know. That seems okay. The first time it triggers a little closer than I want it to. That's kind of odd. I should just rename that to overlapping capsule instead of spawn point there. I don't know, overlapping capsule might not be that great. I'm just going to use the same thing for everything. Whatever. We can only destroy it once anyway, so it doesn't really matter. Hey, Epic, how's it going? I think I'll actually play it at the portal. That's fair. Nothing wrong with just eating. Even if it's blue fries. Hmm. Okay, well... maybe Tinka shouldn't just have any collision. I mean, I guess she doesn't really need collision. You can also lock it down so that not everything is blocked like by that, so I don't necessarily need it. I'm gonna move that there, but I'm also gonna clear it temporarily. I want to see if I like it better. Hmm. It would be a lot better if it was actually, you know, just a square thing. I mean, I could have it going across. Let me try that for a second. I'm curious. Actually, what's this? Hyperspace. Probably not hyperspace. As exciting as hyperspace looks like. Huh. Probably not. Old portal. Okay, old portal's not very good. The shiny. I guess I didn't really look at all these yesterday. More pumpkin? Yeah. I'll definitely get added in a second here. I actually think I like this one better. Oh, it comes out from there. That's not very good. Wow. Oh, it's turned sideways. Yeah, one sec. I'll do more pumpkin-y things. This looked way cooler before I did that. Huh? What do you mean what happened to Poppet Quest? Huh? As far as trying Unity, I briefly tried it, and it was a long time ago. It seemed kind of hard to use. Like, it wasn't very good. I wasn't that interested. But I wasn't that far in my game dev career at the time, so you know. Well, career is a strong word. I really hadn't done much with it yet. I don't like this thing at all. It's terrible. Hmm. None of these do what I want them to. Like, they're all fine. But it needs to be flat. Being a pure circle like that isn't really going to get the job done, as far as I can tell. Even though some of them might be kind of cool. Eh. Probably not going to use that one either. What's this? They seem cooler than they are. Then you open them up and they're kind of not great. I can be in the Matrix. Oh, yeah, Matrix time. That could almost be okay if I change the color, because it's kind of square. Wait, what am I doing? You go like a... That's not helpful. You almost want to rotate it 90 degrees, right? And then do it. We're doing that way? No, I'm doing that way, but I'm just doing it, whatever. What if I expand it out right now? Oops. That's awkward. Looks like no matter which way you do it, it's gonna make it not very good, right? Yeah. Does not do what I want. So far, the initial portal thing's like the best one. Because it's actually a portal. Hi, Sergeant John Captain. How's it going? Or probably just call you John or something like that. Probably easier. Now, yes, the pumpkins. They, in fact, need a thing. I was going to have a giant version of the pumpkin. I made the screenshot for this and then had to delete the other version of the game because it got an error in it right before the stream. And I was like, alright, so I no longer have my Titanic pumpkin. Oops. The pumpkins might actually be an enemy that just bounces around too. I'm not going to lie. I really like this one. It's my favorite one of the lot. I don't know if this is going to stay where it's at, but for now it can sit there. Trees will get added in later. Alright, so there's these spirals. That sucks. A lot of these just suck. Abstract space? I get why they're not flat. I mean, normally you wouldn't want them to be flat, but listen. Today I would like them to be flat. Infinity clock. Ooh. It's okay. Oh god, it's huge. Do I think it would even look good? Doubt it. What just happened there? God help you if you decide to do something from the wrong side like that. You know, when I turned it, I thought it would be a little less ridiculous, but here we are. It's huge. Yeah, black and white stuff maybe. I don't know. That could kind of fit. That doesn't seem so bad. Actually. Well, that explains why it's hitting it, because that thing is huge and it sticks way out. Maybe better. Probably not worse. Even better if there was an actual square one, wouldn't there? Sadly, these people have a fetish for circles. Yeah, not really that interesting. This one's okay. What's this? It's just a circle. Neat. By neat, I mean, yay? Yeah, if they're not flat. It could spawn a particle as you jump through it, too. I haven't looked through any of these, so I'm seeing them as you're seeing them, and some of them are not great. Actually, what is even going on here? Oh, it goes huge. I don't know if I like that. If it just stayed a consistent size, it wouldn't be so bad. Interesting. Oh, well, it was interesting, and now I realize it rotates. Wow, that sucks. I thought it was just flat. I was all excited. And yet, here we are. I actually have an idea. I wonder how that would look if I did this. The curse of the indie dev. Sometimes you just gotta do weird stuff and see if it works. So let's say I do this, and then I shrink it. And then I can just get rid of the other thing. Is that better? And then I attempt to shrink it? Apparently we can't just, you know... We can't have nice things, is what I'm hearing. If I got rid of everything else in there and shrunk it down, maybe, but it's just really boring. So that is not going to work. I thought I could get lucky. I mean, in theory, you could try that on both sides of it. Might look kind of weird. That did not do what I was hoping. I thought I could turn it and have it turn. I know, right? Weird. It's like, no, I don't do that. Okay, well, just be like that. See if I care. So, no, you don't care. I don't care. You care. That's it. Yeah, yeah. Much. Lux, what is this? I thought it was going to load something out of that instead of having those, but apparently it's actually just made out of those weird cube things. Like, I thought it would have a cool particle with it, but no. It just kind of looks like crap instead. Neat. What's this? Some of these are kind of neat, except for... not really for purposes of a portal. We're probably going to go back to a pretty... one of the other ones that was more portal-like. This would be okay, but again, I want it to be flat, so... I mean, I guess I could try it. And then just try to flatten it. No, it just vanishes. Holograms? Probably not, but who knows? Maybe it just looks really cool. What's this? What this? Oh, it's exactly what it sounds like, a hologram of a landscape. I mean, I can't really say they lied to me. It's boring. These are not interesting. That'd be better if it was like a full circle. And yet it is not. Not a full circle at all. Oh, you can have numbers. Ooh. Seems kind of painstaking, but I can get behind it. Sorted runes. Nice, nice. Don't know what I'm going to do with those, but neat. I think I'm just going to go with one of those circular ones and call it square. I don't know. So far, I don't even like any of the Niagara stuff particularly, but the actual wall itself still doesn't look very good. The actual painting thing, so I'm not sure what I'm going to do about that. I'll have to come up with something over time, but I mean, it is kind of a placeholder at the moment. I just remember which one was actually good. I don't remember which one was cool. The worst. I think it was on the black ones. The little eye one was flat. What's this spiral look like? Eh. It's okay. Okay, it's okay, it's alright, it's alright. Maybe something like that. I don't know, I think the eye one's probably the best one. We gotta pick. Shining black, what's this? I think the term I'm looking for is boring. I got nothing, man. Definitely boring. There's something that was square that would get the job done. That was kind of crappy. Like if this was clear and just had darkness around it, it's kind of what I want. It's like the inside to be clear. I don't know. There's probably some neat trick I can do at some point, but until I figure it out, I think I'll just go with a get the job done plan. Well, actually, one of the things I could do... Let me look at this here. I can make the object too big intentionally and then just hide it in the walls. So let's try this here. What if I got rid of this crappy wall here? We'll just go ahead and remove the visibility on that. And then do that, right? That might almost just be better, right? Because you can't see it through the wall anyway. It doesn't block Tinka, so that's helpful. Hmm. I don't hate that idea. Maybe I'll get rid of the others and just do that with it. They don't have to have a collision in the center either. You could just jump through any section you wanted. So let's say I do that, and then... we'll 2.4 on all these, actually. Let's make it... I can make them... Oh, wait. 0.4? More circular? Should probably help quite a bit. I guess I don't need these at all, huh? I kind of like that better, I think. Let's try to shrink it a little bit so it's covers it a little better. And figure out why it's triggering, because it's hitting her capsule off something on that. Which it shouldn't be, because it should be overlapping only that collision like it does there. But yet here we are. Okay. I do think it looks better. This might not be wide enough though. Be like 0.35 probably. Should make it wide enough so it looks like it's all over the place there, but not so wide that it's making the effect not happen inside. Huh. Looks like the thing's not going that far down either. Gotta recenter it. What just happened? Just jumped me like a mile. I might need to make it slightly bigger. I'm mostly looking for the black is hitting the thing here. The circle's kind of irrelevant. You can have her spawn off to the side and chat, and then have you jump through the center. I guess that's probably better. I mean, the frame still sucks, but over time, I'm going to keep making it better as I come up with better ideas for how to make quality assets. I also want to raise this up a little bit. So I guess to be fair, it does kind of block Tinka if I do that, which might not be the right idea. That's probably fine, actually. So I'm going to default it to not visible. Because I use the same painting thing for two different things here. I use it for if it has a picture or not. And if it has a picture, then I don't want it to do the portal things. Alright, so if that thing is visible, this should not be visible. Otherwise, if there's no picture, this will do this. What I learned, if you do it in the construction script, then it shows up in the editor. So I guess I should default it to visible if I do that first, because then it'll change it otherwise. Yeah, let's try that. I guess it doesn't show particles in there, huh? Fair enough. Well, here's what we're going to do. Painting picture. Sure. Has a picture, so will it make the particle not show? And you can't jump through. Okay, and then don't play the sound effect, basically. It's going to be a thing. Alright. So then I can have Tinka block something until the painting is gone. But the particle is not playing. Oh, I know why. I'm dumb. You gotta tell it to actually have the visibility. See? Smart. Alright, why am I hitting play? I want to see if it worked in the editor. Okay, sure. Yep, it works in the editor. Shuts it off. Huh. Do that crap, and boom, right back. Slowly but surely, this event will become really complicated. Obviously, Tinka needs a lot of work for it, though. She's got her problems. I'll probably go through and do a bunch of the platforming today, honestly. I need to set up a system that blocks them into the combat zones, which is probably something I'm gonna have to work on the on my spawner, since I just have the enemies spawn in based on that. Since it doesn't seem to work too well if I just happen to have the monsters wandering around all the time. It just leads to issues that are just really low FPS. Terrible. I should probably spawn them in at specific locations instead of ramming them in, so and then I can actually actually, yeah. I had an idea. Back to playing with my spawner here. My cupcake. Am I going to change this one, or do I just duplicate it and make a second one? Oh, this is the despawn actors event, and spawn actors is something here. Oh, that's a way better method. This random method sucks, thinking about it. I'm going to duplicate this. This way I don't have to... if I screw it up, I can just delete it and nothing happened, you know? You can't prove a thing. You saw nothing. We'll call this like targeted enemy spawner. So I'm just gonna close a bunch of these. I don't need them. I'll attempt to close them. They close faster if you don't load up the one that's you're closing. These are important things that have been learned today. Let's save everything just in case I didn't save something. Alright, so... I guess I don't have to generate this here because if I am doing this, it just has to do a loop for this that goes through and spawns at each location. So if we do that, can I show a 3D widget for this? I'm curious. I might have to individually do them instead of 3D widgets. Not really any 3D widgets to show, thinking about it. Alright, well, I'm going to want to keep this. Just, not this. Oh, wow. Never mind. Transform 0. I can just do this and then tell it where I want them to be. Spawn number array doesn't do anything, but I just spawn actors there and we'll do 3 tiger kitties just to make it easy on myself. Spawn number array does not need to exist, so I'm gonna get rid of that. So what we do is we just do this for each loop here. Okay. Or we let UE crash. You see, that's also the option I was thinking. I wasn't certain. Also, HUDmaker wanted to launch itself. Whatever. I was like, you know, what if, and I'm just saying it crashes. Perfect. Launched again in a second. Do not question why it does the things it does. I have noticed it crashes an increasing amount. I'm almost thinking I should split these areas up. Like, open worlds are neat and all, but the more content I put in, the harder it is to make it not have problems. Could technically have a bunch of small maps, and every time you jump through one of the paintings, it just teleports you to the next map. Might actually look better if you did that, but I kind of want to be able to see through the paintings and see the other area, though. Give it a second to do its thing. Slowly but surely, it's loading. I will close all these things. Sure, open all the assets. Well, that's that out there. So, spawn actors. Also, let's just go ahead and close all these. I thought I clicked save on everything, but let me go ahead and do it again anyway. Nothing happened to the stream when it crashed. All right, good, good. Alright, so in this case, I'm just going to spawn this, and I will keep that, but I'm not going to add to the ring. Originally, I was randomly locating them, but now I'm not going to do that. Now we just delay, and then it spawns the actor, and I don't need print string anymore. I didn't really need it before, to be honest. And then this is now just not a loop anymore. I'm just going to get rid of it entirely. Which is good, because loops within loops are kind of weird. Yeah, it is crap. Well, I need that one little tag there. I just need to move it around so it's less ridiculous. Hey Mike, how's it going? I even need an output node on this. I don't know why I have one, but okay. I'm having OCD for making these things nicer, but I'm also restructuring this, or actually creating a second one entirely. Okay, I'm just gonna make this nice and neat. Array index there. Sure. That's never going to have to be any difference. Marsha's honor. I don't know. We're, like I said, we were just decided she was for the streets earlier. I don't know. I'm just saying. Apparently, everyone's got her. Apparently, I might even have her myself for all I know. She looks so familiar. There was a time when I would pick up some RM stuff. A very long time ago. I didn't take kindly to them screwing me over. No. No, I did not. So, I did not buy anything afterwards. Ever. Oh. Then why are they selling her? I don't understand. Why does she have her own thing? That's weird. Ah. I don't know, I would have made that witch with the white hair the default one. She's probably the hottest one. I might have a fetish though, so don't mind me. Probably fair. Not wrong. I'll go to here, I guess. You see. Okay, so it didn't spawn them. Yup, white hair girls are the best. Is this like really low? Oh, did it spawn it under the world? Is that what happened? I think it spawned it under the world. That's actually no, that's for this thing here. I have these, and these spawn actor. I think it was under the world is the problem. It really was. Not bad. It might have worked. Hey Ramon, how's it going? Just in time for to see this not actually work right. Excellent. One number rate is not doing anything. Oh, nice. Glad things are going well. I think I wasn't even going to use this, right? Yeah. Does the laugh thingy? Sure, sure. Goes to there. We already know that works. Alright, well, we're just going to go back to the old print string method here, huh? $30 is probably acceptable. Am I missing a location? The spawn transform is there. Actually, instead of printing that, let's do that one instead. Alright, so where is it saying all that? Oh no, did I just change the wrong one? Yeah, I think I changed the wrong one. Oh no. Stupid. Okay. I changed the wrong one. Stupid. Oops. Come on, click it. Yep. That's just my bad. It's okay, this is eventually going to be the replacement one anyway. It's just better. Oh, it doesn't show the things yet. Let me fix that. Show 3D widget. That's the best feature ever. Randomly placing them anywhere was kind of garbage, so you place one of them here. One can go here. And one can go there. Sure. Want some tiger kitties? I'll cheat and do that. It's perfect. Well, it did play a location. That is accurate. It did not spawn at the location, you understand, but it did the location. For each spawn active loop there. It does play the transform. It does not spawn any enemy appear though, which is bizarre to me. Do it this way. And do this really fast. Gotta figure out where the information's breaking. It goes 210. Wait, why would this be 210? I guess it's just the ray index, right? I can only conclude that they're just at the wrong location, right? Let me print screen that real fast. I'll click the thingies on the map and see if they match. Because I get the feeling they're just spawning in some weird location. Doesn't say the transform. Well, this thing is location there, so if you see the location here, those aren't right. I think it's because they're relative locations. And that's why they're spawning, but they're just not spawning in the right location. Pretty much all of them are spawning there. Yeah. Thought it was all cool for a second there. And yet here I am not cool. Oh. Let's see. Okay. Sure. I just open over here. Let's see what I get off this. Looks like they're the same. Well, actually, that's a lie. Because I made a relative transform here. One, I didn't do this. And then, instead of telling it to print that, I did that. Those are much closer. Yeah. Problem is a relative transform isn't very good. Huh. I guess it's always going to be relative, right? Let me test that real fast just to see if it spawns them at all. It most assuredly does. So we're partway there. I guess I'll compare this number against what came up and this one's base, right? So the X is right. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna move it up in the air and watch. See where it spawns. Sometimes math's a little weird. It's hard to figure out exactly what things are doing to stuff, so. Interesting. Well, hello there, platform. So I'm getting the exact same X, that's fair. Actually, I'm getting a positive X. Am I? Why would X be positive? Because on this thing here, you can see on all three of them, it's a positive number. And this one is slightly different, of course. That makes sense. But it doesn't say a negative. It does, however, look like it added that number to this one. That's true. But over here, it actually says the negative. But just one problem. This is not negative. These are all reversed. Okay. They just have a regular world transform, not an actual layer? Maybe actor transforms better. See what that does. Yeah, they're reversed. Huh. I'm gonna hit the notes on this one. You know what? I get the sneaking suspicion that I need to add transforms if possible. Can't just do an add there. One moment, please. Because a relative transform only works if they're attached to each other, apparently. I just looked it up. Sometimes it's about, you know, just cheating and going to the information network that is India to find someone who basically knows everything about this engine. There's really no option to add these, huh? That's weird. Oh. Adds a delta. Let's see what it does. After all, what's the worst that happens? It breaks? Okay. Oh, actually that doesn't even work because there's no result. It just sweeps it. I guess I can split the structure pin. It's more like a hit collision type of thing than the other. Let's see. I guess you can't just directly add one to the other, huh? You'd think you'd be able to, though. Can add locations, though. I'm gonna do it this way so it's less tedious to look at. And we're gonna get crazy here. Let's make a transform. Sure, let's add these two. What's the worst that? Can you add rotations to each other? Make rotator? Actually, I don't need those. I really don't, because why do I care what the rotation is of this thing when I could just set the rotation of the other thing instead? Curse you, math. Making my life all hard. I'll make it nicer once it works. No need to make anything nice if it's just going to be broken. Marcia's honor's been defended. Oh my god, did you buy an extra copy? Is that how you defend her honor? I don't know how it works. There they are. Okay, well there's one of them. But listen, it's a start. And it spawned at one of those locations. That's something. I think I get rid of the delay on this, right? And then just spawn the actor after. Sure. Actually, I should have a delay on complete. I made this delay about a second, nothing too major. Didn't want to have to retime it, so. I spawned all this in, but where am I deleting them? More importantly, it should actually loop anyway. I don't even know why it's not. For now, we'll just link down to here. Well, let me check the most obvious cause. Yeah. No, it has one in each of those, so it should go through each of the arrays. I might not need an extra thing here. I also don't need this location crap anymore. We've established that they're spawning them all in. It does go through each one of these, right? Actually, I'm just going to do it this way. I guess I should have kept it. It never said a name for the spawn actor array. Even though it spawned in a tiger kitty. Weird. There they are. They have spawned a wall. They just went away really fast. So they are going through it. It's just they're not spawning them. Or are they spawning all in the same location? No. Spawned in is on the enemy parent here, so let me have it report some information here. Not sure I want this, but you know. So actor transform is perfect. let's do print string manually. And this will tell me where they spawned. It's only doing one, which is clearly not okay. Well, I mean, we can see only one did spawn in. I'm gonna leave that for the moment. Supposed to add those to there. Can you not have a delay in a loop? Maybe that's a thing. Let's put the delay there and see what happens instead. Might be some unwritten rule of things you can't do. Very possible. Guess I'm gonna have this giant mess a second time. I could convert it into a smaller thing if I want, but again, I'm not gonna worry too much about it until it's actually working. Well, they didn't spawn at different locations, but hey, they all spawned, right? That's what matters. They spawned. And the reason they didn't spawn at different locations is because I forgot this. Oh. So I guess you can't just have a delay inside of a loop. Or it just stops the loop. So I have to have a completion of a loop and then the next delay, like, after the completion. Perfect. Can I get far enough out of range to work? I guess I can. Nope, can't hop on you. Why'd I pick this location? It's the worst location to test this. Stupid. There they are again. Let's bring them back. Yep, I just bounced off the other. They're like, hello. Hello. I wonder why they bounce off each other, but the first time they spawn correctly. Yeah, they all spawn at the same location on the run back. Would it spawn at the same location on the run back? I mean, I guess I don't have to really worry too much about it on the grounds of I'm probably just going to lock the player in the area so they can't get away. Which almost makes me want to have a spline set up. Huh. And then just draw a spline around where I want them to go, as opposed to just having like a flat circle or something that's like, oh, you can't pass this, ha ha ha. They did have those meshes that not meshes, those particles that worked on a mesh. That's going to take a lot of effort because there's some things I don't understand quite yet on how to do that. I know how to make it spawn on a spline. At least during the construction and all that. So I mean, I guess upon them being summoned, it would then go along and spawn all things along the line here. Let's save everything what I think about this. Apparently there's a lot of things to save. Where'd I put those? So something like this thing here. And then I would just have it run this kind of code. Yeah, something like that. Seems like it'd be kind of slow if I did that, but we'll test it. How does this interact with a do once node? I'm about to find out. Is there no way to have a node off of that? Oh, that's the despawn. I'm gonna want that anyway. It would be nice to be able to see the swine being done during. Does that show up on the map if I do it this way? I do see a spline, that's good. Only problem is it actually needs to be like a circle. It can't be from the initial point. Unless I want to put this point somewhere on the outside and then move all the actors in the middle. So I was just gonna, you know, draw a spline around it that just literally locks them in so they can't escape an area, but it's very specific on where it goes, so you can't, you know, it just blocks each area differently. As opposed to just, here's a bubble you can't leave. Which would be easier by far, of course. But I wanted a spline wall to appear blocking things, so... What's the best way to go about this? Because, I mean, it's kind of based around this. Unless the spline itself started farther away? I guess I could put, like, way out here. Wait, what's this one? This is the despawn sphere? I don't need that. The spline will be a closed loop, I guess. So I just make it way out there? Is that better? What if I do that? Oh, now it's like way out here. That wouldn't be very useful. Huh. No. No, I have a better idea. I think. I have an idea anyway. Sure. Relative location is... Relative transform might be better. Well, I mean, it's a spline. So it kind of transforms itself. Sure, I guess. Promote this to a variable. Spline location. Starting location. Instance editable. Show me that widget. Show me that widget, love. I love me some widget. Okay, so we got the spline starting location, and boom! We move in the spline, boys. We move in the spline. So I can go all out here if I want with it, and get all tricky. I guess I could set the world transform as well. I don't know. For purposes of this, I just need to see if this works, and then I don't care after that. But... Sure. And then... Sure. Because I don't really want that there initially. Huh. Reparations? Sure. Man, I don't even look at their stuff anymore. It's so adorable. You look at like they post on Twitter and there's no one. People don't respond to them. Nothing. They're nobody. Okay, well, that did not do what I wanted yet. But I also think that I forgot to do these things like that. They are adorable in their own bizarre sort of way, I guess. Patch self. Maybe I'll do this in the other order, I guess. What did that error say specifically? Nah. If someone shows up with like hentai of Tinka, I'll just be like, hey man, you have good taste. Pretty much that, yo. Like, whatevs. Actually, one of the reviews I watched for it, he literally was like thirsting after the characters the whole time. It's pretty funny, actually. That's when I know I've done a good job. I mean, Poppet's not ugly for a doll. She's still a doll, so it's not quite my thing, but I don't quite understand this error message. So maybe it's referencing the old one or something like that instead. Just double check that there's not some bizarre things. I did copy it, so there's that chance it's just referencing that. Exactly. Rule 34 exists for a reason. If my game is popular enough that people start making porn of it, I will consider that a victory. I'll be surprised, to be completely honest. Like, maybe like one or two weird people making pictures, but if there's like a large quantity, I will be very excited. And then I'll think about selling the 18 plus version of it. We'll mod for it. It'd be really easy for models. It'd be a lot harder with the sprites. I'd have to re-render them all with the characters naked. set the scene root to that and see if it connects. Maybe that's the problem. Because this is probably... No, this is movable too. Huh. Oh, okay. So then the spline's not movable. Got it. Oh, John, we were just, there's a character for RPG Maker. I used to use RPG Maker before I came to my senses. And, apparently they decided she was attractive enough that they were going to use her as their company mascot. And they had something in their, you know, their terms saying you can't do things that would be against her honor and dignity because it's a Japanese company. So they write stuff like that. And, he was just saying, you know, if a character in mine, you know, Tinka specifically, that I'd probably have like my own thing saying you can't do anything like, you know, against her honor and dignity. But as I was saying, if my game was really popular enough that people were literally making, you know, essentially hentai of it, I would jump for joy because it meant the game was that popular. I don't care what they're doing with it. If it's that popular, that's a win in my book. So that's what we're really talking about. And Tinka being the de facto most attractive character in the game would be probably the most likely one to get that kind of art. So that's what our conversation is. If people want to do that, go ahead. Please do. Go ahead. It's fine. So why can this be movable? Maybe the spline can't be movable? Is that what the issue is? This spline is also movable? Oh, yeah. I just said she belongs to the streets. Which is true. She does. Because we all have her. Yeah, we get our laughs. We're not too serious in here. There's a big joke in the game dev world where, you know, you put a bunch of female characters in your game. So if your game doesn't sell well, you can always make the adult version of the game. I don't want to make an adult version of the game, but it is the running joke because some of the worst games ever that are just, you know, complete trash flips sell really well because they're adult games. So the joke is just make a terrible game and then do that. Obviously, I'm not looking to do that. If I wanted to do that, I don't think I'd go to anywhere near this kind of trouble. Also, I wouldn't have made a game about dolls. What? Why would you do that? If you ever make an adult game, that'd be so weird. I guess that's somebody's fetish, but I don't think it's that many people's. It wouldn't sell very well. It would be a thing that you could do. Yeah, so this, it spawns if I don't set this to movable. Except for on the road spline there, it's set to movable as well. And it works fine. I mean, if all this does is, you know, I create a place where people can all show up and chat with each other, and I just happen to be streaming, that's also great. Gives me people to chat with. As I slowly but surely try to figure out how to use this engine. Can I just not use the... Well, I guess there would be a default. Okay, let's add a new one in here. Let's add like... we'll call this like... it'll be a cube here. And the cube will be... Attach it there. Do not make it the new one. Sure. Let's attach it to the cube. Same errors, different day. Why can't I make this a thing? Oh, wait. Also movable. Yeah, maybe? Maybe? We smart now? Might be smart. Wait, I changed the right one, right? No. That one can be static. I don't care about that one. Oh wait, why did I add the cube to you? Sometimes I do stupid things. Don't change the one that is working. Change the one that doesn't work at all. Delete this crappy cube. Save. Hopefully that didn't ruin all the ones around the world. It might have. Whatever. Set it to movable. We moving? We not moving. Nope. We kind of moving. But it spawns at a weird location. I thought the spline was way over here. And yet, here we are. Alright, well, we're back to the relative location idea, right? I think I have to do this in order to make it work. There's probably a cooler way to pull this off, but listen, I'm not doing it. There you go. There's my explanation. I thought I could get away with that one. Because it spawns starting at that base thing there, which means it's not getting the actual starting location of the spline. It doesn't make a lot of sense. It wouldn't though, right? Because the spline's over here. It should get the base location of the spline. Can you add these? Sure can. Factor tangent? Wait a minute. The amount of geometry you end up doing in game dev is so high. I might need to put an actual print string for where they're going. Let's try this first. Okay, well, I need a print string to understand where things are at in relation to where I'm going here. Let's make another one separate here. If you drag it in, it'll try to make the duration whatever you drag in instead of the actual string information, which is always weird to me and I hate it. So I should do that instead. No problem. Oh. Connect that up so it actually finishes. Let's print string here. Print string. Let's print the thing. Okay, so they're saying 61,000, which is clearly weird. Because this one is at not that. Like, we ain't even close. It's a massive offset. There ain't no way. I mean, I guess I need to look and see where the actual default location is of this thing. I don't have this so zoomed out that I don't need it like that. I guess I was trying to put information there and I couldn't see it. So, speaking of which, that location is also quite far off of the other one. Actually, never mind. Here's the spline start location right here. But it's relative. But apparently just adding them like I did last time does not do what I want it to do. That's what I did actually just on spawn actors. I guess I got the actor transform. That's true. Sure. Perhaps location gets something weird. I mean, I might... Well, I already got the actor transform. I did exactly that. And this location is, in fact, it's a vector. But if you look over here, starting position, ending position, so... Solving mysteries. And once again, it just spawns them out in the middle of somewhere. That's using the world transform though, so we can assume the world transform doesn't quite work. We can do local transform, which is... Let's see what numbers those arrive at before I do anything else. And that's what puts those over there. So we know that that is, like, starts from here It just ignores the position of that and instead uses the scene route. And do you know why it uses the scene route? Because that's what I told it to connect to. Nothing to do with the measurement location. Everything to do with telling it to do that. What am I told to connect to the spline? What does that do? Exactly what I want. Heck yeah. Alright. Sometimes logic is difficult. Do not question. Or do, it's fine. You can question if you want. Not gonna get very many answers out of it, but you can totally question. Whoop. And I don't need default scene routes. Exactly. If it was easy, we would be logical. But this is a silly place, free of logic. It is the internet. On the internet, logic means nothing. It's just how people feel in the moment. And whatever trolling they can do. Okay. Actually, there was a location rule of keep relative, too. Interesting. There's so many options in this. It's so many to choose from. Let's make the scale on this huge mungus. Okay. Okay. What I was doing there was a mistake. Just saying. So it's just an error because of the size. So I want to make these so big they can't pass them. And I'm going to use something else besides those to do it. Those are just my go-to. Yeah. Curious if that inherits the same location. Might not. It inherited a location way over there. I can just see where it's at in here. It is attached to it. Interesting. Well, I could just do that instead. Let's go back to using the spline. Don't need this. Giant cupcake. It still spawns it way over there, so cannot increase the size of this. How am I going to block if I can't increase the size of that? Well, that's the scale up. Can I increase the scale up without a problem? We'll find out. Unfortunately, you can kind of jump on this. I probably need to make it so you can't do that. I don't know. Parachute Poppet for being so good at jumping on things. Still. So, we do that. But then I'm going to make my own mesh for it instead. Because I can make it as tall as I want, and that's really all that matters. Like if I make it like 8 tall or something, it'll be so tall that she'll not be able to do anything. I'll probably have it spawn those first and then spawn the other things. Just do it in the opposite order. Gotta build that wall. Can't let the evil dolls out. Invade the rest of the game and all that. At this point, there's no despawn anymore, no necessity for that. If I just force the player to stay in the area to fight them for each thing, it's not a bad idea. I mean, there's a... I definitely haven't bothered to put the time in to learn it. Unlike Lepus, who's been sitting there watching a million tutorials for this, but he's never tested anything, so I don't know how useful that is. But he sure watches a lot of tutorials. Let's collapse this to a macro here. And we'll call this macro... I guess it's a spline wall. Here. Just go like this and go whoop. And that's a loop. On completed, output. Yeah, there's so much information about Unreal Engine if you want to learn it. Yeah, there is. But I hate watching tutorials unless I have a use for the tutorial. We'll call this actually create spline wall. We'll add a space in there so it's less obnoxious to look at. This is how you're actually supposed to organize. You know, I mean, I wasn't doing it, but I'm supposed to do that. And then we're gonna copy all this crap here. Actually, I think I just duplicate this, right? Sure can. Destroy spline wall. I don't know any basic principles of studying. I went to, you know, California's crap schools. They didn't teach you anything. So if there's some sort of basic principles, the basic principle is you have to learn it yourself and you'll never learn it at school. It's Schools aren't for places for learning. If only I'd grown up in the day and age of YouTube being a thing, because man, that'd have been nice. So much could have been learned. Could have learned more in about 1 month on YouTube than I could in all the years I went to school. I'm being really generous to school. Really generous. Unless it's a splice now. So, so is there a destroy spline from? I guess it's just destroy component, right? Yeah, it should be right. So it's just destroy component. Oh. No, I need one more thing. I need a reference to those. That's how you destroy everything in this. You need a reference. Yeah. My mesh array. Let's make it an array. No. I've seen how that goes. It'll go through every blueprint in the project. Let's just do it that way. Now it doesn't. It's so much smarter. It's smart enough to know that there's a thing out there that's used in one thing there, but then it's not smart enough to know that that's the only thing. So it runs a check on everything if it sees anything like that. Actually, is it add array? Yeah, it's array add. I'll give you a reference to every one of those. And that's for the spawning point, the starting point there. And that should make destroying them a lot easier, right? Because it just a loop. I don't need any of this crap. What I actually need is this. Upon completion, do this. Array element, destroy self. on the event graph. I already had a thing tracking that if you went away from that, it would remove all the things, but now I can also do another option here. I'm probably not going to use this despawn thing anymore. It's not a thing I need. But oh, can't spell. Custom event. Nice. Thank you. I guess gotta make the custom event first. Sorry, enemies, I can't spell, eliminated. Sure. A branch. I'm already adding them all to the array, and well, they're spawned here, so if this array length is ever 0, or I can even have it less than 0, usually 2 if there's an error. If that's the case, destroy this blind wall. It just calls itself again. This is how I can get away with not using event tick, which you should try not to use. It just triggers so often. You don't really want to use it. Also, active begin overlap seems really garbage too, because it checks for every single collision you have, and I really would rather check specific collisions. That's why I have so many. I might actually put a delay here and have it not check every 5 seconds, you know, kind of thing. I mean, maybe not every second. Okay. What do you bet this won't work on the first try? It's a lot of code. I'm getting better at this. My knowledge is a little stronger, but, you know. I like the zombie noise. I need to speed this up. I hate how slow our shot is now. Or change the damage. I haven't bothered to do anything like that. We'll be successing. Something's successing. Well, we've established that that's not gone yet. Actually, I'll check. To be obvious, but it might not actually, like this might not work, in which case I'll need that information. We'll just go ahead and remove one of these from there. This one too, and then we'll do the same here. This way I only have to kill one thing each time, less annoying. I need the company advantage too at some point as well. Fail, one hello, removed from array. Oh. I do still have a spawned actors, right? Like, I didn't... Sure. So it adds a spawn actor value to there. I don't know why it's saying fail and all that other crap. Oh. Let's at least get rid of some of this crap that's spawning here so I remember all the things there. Oh, event Tinka is still working, huh? I think I kept it for some reason, but I don't need it, so... Interesting. Do the children have that as an option? Huh. I must have hidden print strings somewhere. And besides those two, obviously. Those ones are I want. Then when I do this, a print string will require that anyway. Actually, I guess I don't need that here. Huh. It's quite the mystery to solve here. Don't need this. Huh. This should be triggering over and over, and yet it's not. Get the feeling I forgot something again. My typical go-to. Oh, I see. Because there was a point where it was 0, so it was triggering and destroying, but it wasn't actually destroying anything, so then it destroy. Boom. Nice, nice. Oh, came back. So we're working on it. We're getting closer. Just destroy itself afterwards, like, you know, that's all it needs to do. Last time this was enough to bring it back, so I just do that. There's no cupcake anymore. Cupcake's just there so I can place it. That's literally what it's for. Oh. No collision for this. No collision, sure. And upon starting, it's going to set its visibility to nothing. Context sensitive. Okay, you want two? It's a Hydra now. We're liking the Hydra, I guess. Sure, sure. New visibility, nothing. Excellent. Not needing most of this crap anymore. Delete them now so I don't have messages later trying to figure out where everything is. This connects to literally nothing. Excellent. Any more ones I need to get rid of? Maybe. I finally got the wall to vanish after the things die. So that's helpful. I've been making it cooler. Well, mostly now it works. Checking some functionality. Spawns in upon, you know, that. The cupcake thing vanishes. You kill the enemy. I gotta work on our projectile thing, but that's okay. He'll vanish, and then that'll go away, and now... it doesn't come back or anything. So that's something. Now I'm going to change that wall probably to something else. And I might make some particles to make it look cool when it vanishes and everything like that. That's true. That might happen. Overall, that's pretty much what I've been working on. Figured I'd do some coding that I need to do. Though it's probably less interesting to watch. I don't know. It depends. I guess for the average person who's not actually into game dev, it's probably more interesting to watch the artwork. I don't know if that's interesting, then yeah. That's what happened. Much of game dev is coding, even if it's that kind of coding. Yeah, now it blocks where it's supposed to go. Actually, I probably want to pull this over a little bit. Making it so they can't go anywhere in the way of it. That's cool. Oops. Now I just need to make a particle wall that looks cooler than that crappy thing that I was using. I mean, I guess the fence doesn't look bad. How do I change the opacity? Huh. It may act as a placeholder until I come up with a better method. So I'm not sure if I know how to change the opacity. Like, I know how to change the overall opacity of something, but I think I had like a material instance is what it was. Material instance. No. I'm gonna have to look that one up. There's a way to have parameters like that. I know you use it so you can actually make a character fade in and out of existence, because you can't just easily do that in this. It literally is just visible or not visible, and you can set its materials to be have a certain level of opacity. But the only way to change materials during runtime is with some kind of material thing. I thought it was a material instance, but it's not. Material parameter collection sounds pretty likely. Is opacity change? Actually, map param. I have a special name for this one there. I guess we'll just call this wall. And then I need a scalar parameter. Opacity. It'll default to 1. And then I might need a different material for that. I can't use the same one. That won't work. Actually, I could use this one, probably. Enemy spawner. Raid spline wall. I'd probably feel better if I actually had a different one for this. Actually, am I going to make my own particle wall? I don't know, what do you think? We're going to use like a fence thingy or like a wall of particles around it? Because they're both options. I guess I can see how they look before I get too crazy here. Let's get some hot geometry action. Look at that sexy geometry. Oh yes. Doesn't need to be that thick. Just about like this is probably fine. Maybe a little wider, maybe a little taller. Yeah. Who doesn't love some hot geometry action? Alright, so interesting. Environment. Misc, I guess. Effects. Textures, I think, was what it was. Certain ones actually move. It was a smoke one that moved. I'm gonna try to figure this out here. Let's see. Got one of those. Select all adjacent surfaces, and then let's see if we can guess the one that actually works. These are the wrong ones. These are textures. We need materials. Smoke. Uh-huh. A block with something like that. Pre-made fog sheets. Nice, nice. Of course, they don't look like anything until I move them over there. Like, they look like this until I actually do this, and then it actually decides what it is. Most of them don't actually do anything. Only a couple of them do, so. Not really easy to tell in advance. It might be just too hard to see. The blue wouldn't be too bad, I don't think. Let me test this. I have to make it into a mesh. I'm gonna check first before I get too crazy. That's horrible. Problem with this is it looks like you could walk through it. Otherwise it wouldn't be that bad. That's not terrible. Except for it's got that line in between and that kind of sucks. That looks like it'd be pretty hard to get through. Don't turn the microphone temporarily to cough, and I forgot to turn it back on. Smart. It's okay. I've actually gone for like half an hour with the microphone off before because I had forgotten all about it. I'll turn it back on. I've also gone for like half an hour with the thing set to a starting screen as well. Like I didn't bother to actually display what was happening on the monitor. It just happens, you know? Sometimes the more you do this, the more weird things like that will happen, and you'll just, I mean, you just laugh at it. There's not much else you could do about it. It's like, all right, well, that happened. Sometimes you gotta look real stupid, and the world needs to know. That's okay. If you have a problem with yourself looking stupid, streaming is the wrong thing to do. Oh my god, imagine having a problem with that. It would be adorable. Well, I mean, it's funny that it's a lock thing, and I don't hate that, but at the same time, I don't see why it needs to be that. Well, that's kind of neat, except for that it doesn't really fit with what I'm doing, but it's neat. That's true. I want creepy dolls. I want, you know, anything that would involve like a little girl being creepy. Any of those sorts of things, you know, would be very fitting. This is supposed to be something of a Halloween area, but I'm not going to make all these Halloween based. I'm just going to make fires a little much. Just going to make it overall the same type of look for her, because it's representing the same character locking her away, so I have to, I want to keep some consistency. Some of these are kind of cool. I mean, I don't know. Some are pretty crappy, though. There's so many of them. I wish there was an easy way to look at all of them. That's like one of the worst things about game dev I found is you'll get these big packs of stuff and then you'll have no idea what it is, and there's really no way to do it any faster than to look through them all. One thing at a time. That's why I moved it over to the side here a little bit so it was easier to drag really fast. I actually just want like a weird somewhat dark black for her, honestly, or even purple would be fine. I guess Poppet's more purple, so I want to represent the other character with black. I'm not sure which color I used to represent Tinka's stuff yet, but it means I should probably change Tinka's wall to something different too. Did I even look at these? I feel like I did. Yeah, I did. So I guess that one's not bad. I mean, I don't want it to be so ridiculous. I guess I don't like that it's super solid, but I don't want to spawn a bunch of particles either. Let's experiment. Let's just make this a thing. So this is selected. Convert it to a static mesh. I guess this is thing here. I'm gonna call this like combat. Okay. So with combat wall there, we're gonna go to my enemy thing here. I'm not sure this will actually be better. It might be terrible, but might as well experiment. We not loading that in? It just loaded as a regular wall. That did not do what I wanted at all. Supposedly that works, so why can this not be? I might get stuck having to use a regular thing because apparently these static meshes are not acceptable. Maybe they were too big. Let's test. Oof. Nope. That's weird that I can't get away with that. I'm gonna duplicate this mesh over here. Altered. Let's drag it over into my stuff. Oh. Before you do that, you have to save it or it errors. Forgot about that. Do this, and then it should probably be in the environment section anyway. Sure. Oh. Wait. It's this parent mat I need. Is it the parent mat I need? Let me double check this. Can I do this? This will change how things react, so I don't want to change certain things. But I don't believe I can make this change without making a change directly to this. So if that is true... Altered. Save it first before I try to move it, since we tried that last time and it of course failed. Grab this over here, move it over here, sure. Okay, and then for the wooden fence thingy here, we're gonna have a different one here, the altered, sure. So we're good on that one. Now we'll go to this one here. This is what I need, and then it has to be masked, right? And then... just to double check this actually does what I need first off. Alright, so now it'll be invisible. I need to change it on the other mesh too. Let's call this altered. Sure. See how tricky I can get here? Sure. And then we're going to go over to this thing here. Do this, and that should, okay, so it's invisible, but it should still be here, right? Okay, I can't go past it. Perfect. Sure. Now, I'm also going to delete this thing because it was a critical fail. Now, how did this work? So we're changing the material instance. Um, hmm. Actually, let's say, material. For each loop on this, sure. Not much point. I might have other things in the middle, probably. We have the materials, and then I think it's just one, right? So actually, array index. Huh. Blanking on how this last part goes here. A bit of research real fast here. So I'm trying to figure out how to get a reference to this material instance here so I can change the stuff. Because you can't just drag it onto there. File engine. Real parameter collection. Need seed sets it there, blah blah blah. Builds it into there, sure. That. Okay. Okay, sure. Okay, it was more material parameters. Fine. I don't want to show random videos on the screen because YouTube might copyright strike me over it. So I've had that happen. I got copyright claimed, I guess. But it shouldn't take me that long to figure this out. Or the person could not actually use them in the thing, so it doesn't even do what I want. Thanks, random person. You were wrong. Huh. Is that scalar parameter value? Not quite what I'm looking for, I don't think. I couldn't remember the name of this node. Drive me crazy. So the collection is zero parameter wall. Opacity. Okay, so I'm not assuming special. And then okay, it's just global. It doesn't care. So this is just pointless. Okay, I don't need all this crap. This is why I made it a separate thing. I remember this now for a very specific reason. I want a timeline, right? Timeline. Five is fine. New track. Float track is acceptable. Acceptable. Add point. Basically, what you're doing on these is just setting a thing that starts at 0 and then one ends at 1, and then you just make the time thing the last one there. So it starts 0 time, end time, and that's just how long it takes to do its thing. And the reason I picked 0 to 1 is because the way opacity works is 0 means that it isn't there, and 1 means it is. Made a paper gun? Nice, nice. Does it launch paper, or is it a gun made out of paper? Inquiring minds would like to know this thing. Also, I did this backwards. I smart. Smart. This needs to be 0. And this first point should be 1, because I wanted to start with opacity. And then... Wait. Now I'm a doofus. This one's where it's spawning in. I'm going to want one later to do the opposite of this, sure. But for now, we're spawning it in first. And then we'll do the rest. Okay, so we do that, and then I close that again like a weirdo. Remember, it's actually on the same thing, it's just a little side thing there. Update. And on finish, do enemies eliminated. Nice. Save everything. Now. This should make that fade in. Maybe. Wasn't much of a fade now, was it? Didn't seem like it did the time, did it? Oops. Keep doing that, because I'm thinking it's like a separate thing, and it's not. Let me check how I did that over there. Oh, throwing things. Knocking stuff over on the desk. Good job, me. I mean, clearly it does sort of work. It just doesn't work as well as I want. So what if the timeline was like 10 seconds or something, and this last one here will be at 10. File, save, all that, sure. Nah, it just kind of pops in. Huh. I don't like that. Apparently he's unhittable too. I need a reticle that appears on things that's being hit too. That's just it being destroyed, so I don't really care about that. Defaults to 0. It does show up. It goes to 1 on the last thing, which is how it works. Bit of research here. Oh. Okay. Apparently timelines don't actually need to be part of the grid thing, first of all. Oops. So it's actually just play. Timeline? Fade in. Oh, let's not name it fade in. Fade in. Fade in and out. Because fade in could actually be a lot of things there, so. I don't know if it needs to loop, but we'll put it on there anyway. Again, it just shoots right in there, huh? I mean, I like that it exists. Apparently there's a means of destroying it very easily here, and it's not good. It's not gone though, it's just fading. Which is unusual. Ugh. Must be missing something in this equation here. I mean, this thing is fine. I just have to event begin play. I have to do something. I think is what's happening here. No. No. Tired of typing that. It's probably fine. We'll see. Map parameter wall, okay. Okay, that does not work. This one's a component. I don't want a component. So I don't really have any options on that one, I guess. Yeah, it's the same one. I guess I'm following some sort of guide that's from a ways back. From maybe 4, I think. So, eh. Huh. Be simple ways to fade this in. Blah, blah, blah. I may come back to this. I might take some research. If I can't find it immediately, I don't think I want to get too crazy about it. Because I think that it's leading down a rabbit hole of me having to spend a long time on something. And I just don't think that's a good idea for purposes of keeping people even remotely entertained. So I can say as it is for now. It's fine. I'll resolve it later. At least I have a thing that sets up that after you, go into the area. So I'll start on this thing here. Should make this platform faster. It's very slow. Well, apparently I need to change the spawn distance here. Yeah, let's make the spawn thingy much smaller. Glad I did that. So we need the spawn radius. Oh, the spawning sphere is actually what dictates how close things spawn. Let's, or how close you are to when they spawn. 80's probably fine. Oops. That was dumb. Alright, so need to change the collision on these so that the character spawns directly on top of it. Oh, that's fine. They can't stand directly on top of it. She's close to it, but a little jerky. Still spawned in this wall too quickly, huh? Hmm. Just do that, and that changes the radius just fine. Well, actually, we'll do like 25 or something. We'll get smaller. Nice. Still did it, huh? What does this look like? Why is it? Supposedly it's visible, but I guess it can't technically be visible because it's a doesn't have anything to it, so. Oh. We'll go to your last locations. They're much faster. We'll do 3, 3, and 3. Whoa. Didn't stay at that last location very long, did it? Unless it's like spawning these because of the really far away one. I don't know. Let me double check that. I don't think so, but. And here I was trying to make like, you know, weird flourishes on it when in reality that's a thing. Things don't look very good with the giant things in the way it's true. I need to put them where they should be. Once again, it's spawning so quickly, but I'm assuming it's because Poppet's thing. So. Yeah, that's what it is. Actually, do this. Actor as tag. Does this have that already implemented? I think I'll just add that interface too. Oh. Smart. It doesn't respawn? Okay. Well, if that's the case, I can increase the size again. It's being dumb. Always being dumb. I guess I can increase the size of this without increasing the size of that, right? That's interesting, too. It's probably better than the other method I was using. Probably a little more acceptable. I think that I should probably have somewhere if you cross, like, the line of the spline. That'd be a lot smarter. I guess other actors are already a thing. We'll do it like this. An actor has tag like this. Other actor down to there. I'm gonna put this in here anyway so I can have other actor appear as a thing over here so I don't gotta drag it a mile away. I guess you can't begin overlap with spline, huh? Is that not how it works? I guess for now it'll stay this way and I'll just work off the other later. Placeholders are good. And maybe I'll work on the environment for a while. weird. Must be something wrong with the timeline. Yeah, I'm not showing that one yet. Huh. Yeah, I'll probably kind of later. I'll figure it out in a bit. I'm gonna have to do some research on that to see how the fade in, fade out works. I used to know, but I've just forgotten. Anyway, I'm taking a quick bio break. I'll be right back. All right, time to continue. So, how am I going to do trees and stuff? Do I want to like manually place that stuff? Is that what's happening? I mean, it might be what's happening. I don't know what I'm going to do about the graphics for this yet. These are just kind of my little placeholders to show what's actually there and stuff. Or supposed to be there. It's supposed to be platforming right here. I guess I was kind of working on it to see what I want to do with that. I could actually put some downed trees and stuff there. I guess I could manually place some of these things too. I mean, after all, it is stream content, so PCG graph is neat and all, but randomization usually doesn't lead to very compelling gameplay. At least not in all my testing of randomization. Okay, so welcome back, Epic Guy. How was your messing with the paper gun? What's this? Oh, it's like a tent entry mesh? Interesting. I guess actually at this point, this is actually where I should have my welcome to like the circus type of thing. Like this would be the place you'd want to have this kind of thing. Can you even walk up that? I don't think so. Actually, I'm just going to ramp it. I'm intentionally ramp it. Supposed to be greeting him. Let's make it a big ramp. Okay. Perfect. Huh. I think that's actually just too big. Like, it shows off in the distance there and everything, but like maybe it's not. I don't know, man. Like it kind of, the details are so high up that you don't really see them, which is kind of concerning. I mean, there is the option of, well, drinking it. Let's see how it feels best. We'll go with 2 and see if that's like a little more reasonable. Oh, no viewers don't. Okay, well, not gonna lie, if it sits at no viewers for too long after I've already been streaming for a bunch of hours, so I'm totally down to bounce if it comes to that. Usually after 2 hours if I had no viewers, I stop so I can save streaming time for when there's more people. That's actually probably about the right size, honestly. I don't want it to be too big. Kind of loses some of the fun if that's the case. Yeah, I've been streaming 4 hours, so yeah. Yeah, it's been 4 hours. I think I'll call it. Not the most popular stream. I found some things out. I probably need to do some research on things. Overall, though, I got some things done. Most of it was just coding, and I've come to the conclusion that coding on stream is probably not something I should do. Or I should do it very rarely, because people don't like watching it. And to be fair, it doesn't seem like it's very good stream content. Like, building things is really much better. Like, people like the visuals, so in the future, that's probably what I should focus on stream. Anyway, have a wonderful night, morning, evening, or whatever it is for you. I'm going to probably get more sleep tonight than normal, because normally I go till like 6, 7, maybe 8. It's only like 5:23 a.m. I could start early though, so yeah. Anyway, I will catch everyone later. See ya.